Aha! I guess if I have the wrong input, it's clear that you can't answer any of my questions. But hey, that's the first stream for you. Okay, so how are you doing? Just to repeat myself, because you didn't hear, the focus today will be that you can request any topic or ask any question or whatever regarding me, regarding lore, regarding anything in the game, and I will try to answer to the best of my abilities. I'm not sure how long the delay is right now, so if you hear this, type 3 so I can get an estimate. Okay, that's fine. Otherwise, if you don't have any questions, I have some things, but I would prefer if you recommend some topics that you are interested in.
Hey, Tao says go!
Any questions? Or maybe a topic that you are unsure about or interested in, or something you found? In the meantime, I'm gonna go around a bit to find something. Question is, I guess we will explore here a bit. Gonna pause music for now. Okay, maybe we'll do... Okay. Back in the Honami extraction event, did you catch the aliens mention or not? The fun thing is I have basically every important bit of the game recorded, so we can check anything. You just have to tell me what you want to see. Honami extraction was the event. I think we can actually also just replay that one if you give me some directions where it was. Oh god, it's a bit hard to talk and drive at the same time, but we will get used to it. But from the top of my head, I don't remember anything about aliens. Okay, Honami extraction is... There we go. Otherwise, if we remember what they roughly said, you can also tell me that. I got to remember how this works.
Go, passenger.
Sure. That's fine. But yeah, do you have any idea where roughly it was so we can find it again? Or was it part of the main story or something? I'm gonna go medium.
Isn't
okay.
looking good.
Okay. This around here should have been the main part, so I guess let's go that way.
This isn't looking good.
Not this way, I guess. Oh boy. I think here.
This isn't looking good. This isn't good. Passengers, stay alert.
You have anything to say? I don't think I want milk from a vending machine, I'm gonna be honest. Alright. That's the trick that hits the vending machines.
This isn't looking good.
Oh man, I love that my OBS just froze the visual part. Come and spread excitement all over the world with Redacted Brigade. Where exactly is it? I guess some healing. More items. We don't bother with ordinary people, but if you are a resonator, a time traveler, or even an alien beyond Solaris, then come seek us out. Yep, that sounds very much like they are specifically referring to Rover. With the whole time traveler and coming from beyond Solaris thing. Harukaze Stadium, so around here.
Pests again.
Hey, yeah. So bottom of the map. Alright, no, that's the stadium. Right. So let's track that. Yep. Okay. Let's see if we can get there. But yeah, it sounds very much like they are just throwing some cheeky references at Rover.
Wow, that was fantastic.
I really like that there are those phone booths, because that the whole thing, the whole Hanami thing looks very much like the Somnora and the film festival also, because those telephone booths are one of the events. But I find it interesting that they don't mention it at all, that there might be a Somnora connection, but you can't unsee it once you take an actual look. Because the whole overgrown style, vibe, whatever, and broken down cars is something you see everywhere when going through the weekly event.
I hit cowering prey.
Okay, let's deal with you.
The fight is on! Please, Phil!
Okay, that was
More
fast.
useful than I thought.
But yeah, that begs the question, if Honami was a city that was basically absorbed by Element and then was stuck here, why is it part of the Somnora? Because so far there is no so obvious connection between the general audience or the Lament and the Somnora. Though if you dig a bit, it is very likely that the Shenodians itself come from the Somnoir and has the Discords. So in that context it makes sense. Ground Zero for Somnoir being into reality. Ashinohara, right, they mentioned that place. I'm not entirely sure if they mentioned what's the state of that. Okay, we should be around here. Sandpit, sandpit. This girl? Interesting.
This isn't good.
Yeah, sounds
Passenger, stay alert.
likely, yeah. Wait, I think I skipped the dialogue on accident and now I can't talk to her again. Oh well. Huh? Oh. Ah, there. Interesting. Okay, I found it. Okay, what could they have censored here? Do you remember any mention of any type of brigade in the game? Because I don't from the top of my head. We don't bother with ordinary people, but if you're a resonator, a time traveler, or even an alien beyond Solaris, then come seek us out. I mean, resonator is easy to meet the fulfillment requirement. Come and spread excitement. Yeah. To be fair, I usually do that stuff when it's fresh and do all the rewards, and after that there usually isn't much left to do anyway. So, but yeah, interesting. I mean, we also got some other factions that... Oh, good, no. Can we check the achievement? No. No, I guess not. There are some other factions mentioned in the film festival that are never mentioned anywhere else. For example, I think one is called the Solar Union or something. I think I can pull it up.
Stay alert.
Let me tab out and go over there. Desktop. Okay. Somnoir. To be fair, I don't know where exactly, but let me get chat back up. I guess we will just go through a bit of the film festival stuff. Let's do final map and just skip through a bit. Ah, we're here. That's another interesting thing that I totally forgot about. They mention a colossal iron tower. Which is funny that we are in Honami right now, because that could be very fitting. Also with the two young girls, etc. So there is a chance this is somehow relating to Honami. Or what do you think? And then the other stuff is just talking about. Yeah. That's the one where they get the light signal. Oh yeah, I assume you watched the last video I made where I used this. What do you think? Do you think I'm right, or that I'm partially onto something, or ooh, did we? I remember the ID. That is an interesting detail. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I'm gonna find the event that fast, so let's just change it to the Honami stuff. I think I have it under main quest, yeah. Honami. Let's take a look at that. Is this already after the fight? Yeah, that's when we're already done, so... probably after this one. Yeah, that's where Chisa comes. Or do we get it somewhere else? I'm assuming it's after the main boss fight. Alright, I remember that we got a cassette. I'm just not sure if it's the rover one. Yeah, it's somewhere after this. Yeah, there is a segment where we walk with Chisa, where we get the image or shoot the photo. Should be somewhere. No, here we are. I thought it was here. Interesting. Or was it earlier? Oh boy. It is funny how you just forget stuff and forget that you forgot. But yeah, I do remember it also at this point. Probably was earlier. Oh, no. Would make sense. It should be here. Yeah, I know. I'm not crazy, going crazy, right? There was the segment where we walk around with her, which was up. Ha! Or maybe I have it in other stuff. Maybe it was part of the event. Should have it somewhere. I'm gonna be honest, I thought I was gonna be better at remembering where stuff is. But I guess not. I think it was this quest. The after quest. Oh, no. That's not what it was, right? No, that's the rain thing. Yeah, that's the first one. Okay, no. Should have been part of the main quest. Or at least the... Oh boy. If this is getting boring, just tell me and we will switch to another topic. But I do want to find this. Let's check this one. Right. Yeah, I think it's this one. We do the boss fights. And then afterward, we should... Or this is just cleanup. Could also be the case. Yeah, no, that was just the boss fight. I swear there was. No, boss fight. Let's just do it this way, so we miss less. Good old Shinji gameplay. Yeah, no, I think I'm just doing cleanup here. But I mean, in the end, that's my usual experience, just skipping through files to find specific things I barely remember. And you can imagine how often I do this stuff for different things for a video. First for research, then for finding... It just says cheese I got from the Roid store. No, I'm not seeing much of the quest. Okay, I'm genuinely confused where that part was, because I do remember it, I have no idea where it was. You know what? I'm gonna try and remember this and find this later. Yeah. And I do a post or something if it's something interesting, but I also think there wasn't that much. But yeah, you were right that there was a cassette, and that can be very interesting considering what they are supposed to do. But then again, it could just be some kind of copy and not an actual cassette that belonged to someone. Okay, I guess we'll switch topics. Maybe something I was gonna show, because that can be more structured. Let's talk about LF1. What do you think about that thing, guy, whatever? While I look for the description AMF gave us. Or I guess IMF. Leroy. Let's mute this for a second. Okay. Thronodian born from the spacefaring civilization, not much beyond that. I mean, that is a good assumption. I assume you mean the same one that Rover and the Sentinels come from, or do you mean a random spacefaring civilization that might not be anything related to what we heard so far. His civilization most likely by maybe because since they were in a space station. I mean, right now, if you assume it came from space and spawned from a civilization, that's the only one we know so far. So, yes, that's the most likely one. Unless it... that's also an interesting theory, that the Court of Cervantes is somewhere out there. Fun fact, we know, or we have a hint at what happened to them. Because there was this event where suddenly every single member from every single place in Solaris just vanished for whatever reason. Which is the reason why Shang Yao's father left. But yeah, we got an interesting hint, which I will get to later. I guess we can do that right now, because it's somewhat connected. I found something in the Sigilum boss fight, which should be pretty interesting. This is still part of this. Let's get a sound back. Yeah, in the Sigilum boss fight, when AMF transforms, which should be soon, yeah. Any second now. And she throws it, and there it was. Here. Do you see this? Do you see this cube? Any ideas on why Sigilum destroyed the planetoid in the background too? I assume to look cool. I have no clue why it would do that otherwise. But yeah, does this cube remind you of something? Yep, exactly. Yep, that's exactly what I think it is. Do you know what those cubes are? Also, why are you not playing and pausing? There we go. Yeah, here we got more of them. God, my keyboard isn't properly connected. But yeah, that's exactly right. I actually found a detailed description what it is. If I can... Here. And it is from one of the Somnoa events from 1.4, I think. And it says here that this is an alloy. So some kind of metal that they use to build stuff. And Shang Yao's arm is made from this. And it's basically just the ultimate crafting material. Top-notch strength, plasticity, toughness, corrosion resistance, low density, lightweight material. So, what does this tell us? Shang Yao found this more or less by accident in one of the Court of Cervante ruins when he lost his arm. He doesn't remember details, but he knows he found it there. Which is an interesting connection, considering the other instance where we see this is the Sigilum fight, which is his civilization and not the Court of Cervante. Just gonna go back to those cubes, yeah. So, what do you think? Why are those cubes here and in a Court of Cervante ruin? What do you mean with a two-way mirror? It tried to shoot something when it is thrown. Yeah, it basically used those cubes to reduce its fall. Because at every step, yeah, here one cube breaks the fall, breaks the reality. Next cube also shatters. And this one again. So yes, it used those to break its fall, which is interesting. But yeah, can you elaborate on the two-way mirror thing? Because I'm not entirely sure what you wanted to say with that. It's going to be interesting to balance not being too silent and waiting for replies. But I guess we learn. Breaking through some kind of barrier that couldn't be seen through like a two-way mirror material, since I missed the cubes being summoned to stop its fall. Ah, I see. I mean, it is still questionable why reality shatters when you fall through a cube like that, but yeah. What I found out, what you probably already got a sneak peek at, if we take a look at the 1.3 quest, we get similar cubes, just in red, which is corrupted data. So, not a material, it is data. Which honestly makes sense if this is also data, because you can use it for anything, basically. For creation. Or what do you think? Am I onto something? Or do you think it's just a coincidence that they look similar? Yep, I'm afraid that's what I'm about. But trust me, I also get tired sometimes of always relating it back to that stuff, so I usually try to keep it general, but in cases like this, it's the only explanation I can think of why those look similar. And also why we would get a super material that can form into, I guess, anything. Also, if I remember correctly, this is also what Shang Yao specifically resonates with. 60-40 on it. Crew does reuse assets, but some clearly have more intentions than others. Yeah. The thing is, there's one more connection why I think it would make sense if we go back into gameplay. So switch back to this one. And I guess leave this area for now. Yeah. Yeah, that's also the case. I mean, it's also in his trailer that you have reality and then it shifts always to some kind of different view where everything is just cubes and structure, digital stuff. So yeah, there's that he just... I mean, I can bring him out, probably. There we go.
The experiment begins. Disruption.
Yep. When he does the plunge attack, he transforms stuff into this cube-like structure. Can we build... whatever. Yeah, what I wanted to show you, if you go into his backstory. Here. Basically, so far he... shortly before graduation or something like that, he just says, fuck it, I'm gonna search for my father, who chased the Court of Savante. And he arrives here. And it is really interesting what he finds. At every step, remnants of the Court of Savante. Yeah, goes through the defense systems. Ranking his options. Yeah. He is somewhere past Ranglong, somewhere else. So that's the next thing that's going to be interesting. Where and how often are we going to find more Court of Savante stuff? Because I don't think this is La Heroy. Because I don't think they would say ruins. That sounds more like a static structure. Yeah, on the outside it deteriorated, on the inside good condition. Not that I can think of, but then again it's also a bunch of islands with not a lot of space. And I don't know how well Court of Savante would mix with the church. Yeah, Syrian fluids, circulated contents. Dim. Yep, no connection to the outside world, so isolated space. Yeah, it is close to Hanglong. That's true. Yep. Which is interesting that they teased an area but didn't visit it, but I guess they did similar thing with Ranglong. But it's gonna be curious to see if they go back there. Yeah, in the end it depends where the actual main structure, the headquarters for the Court of Savante was. Yeah, true. New Federation is pretty science driven, so it would make sense if Court of Savante has some presence there. Where is it? Where is it? Ever since the lament, most technologies should have reverted back to their rudimentary states. Yeah, that's also interesting that they point out here that the Court of Savante technology looks like it has some alien influence. I'm not sure if they mean alien as in extraterrestrial, which could be the case, that they just bought some Hay civilization technology, but whatever the case, it's apparently not purely what humanity was at that time. Defying erosion, yet imbued with intelligence, surpassing even Savante's other creations. Which also sounds like that's something specific to that ruin. Yeah, the deeper you went, the more the anomalies. Yeah, anomalies. Intensified, recording slowed. If there was a break in the chain between He and Soraris, then it could just be them not gonna die. You mean that the Code of Savante is some part of the civilization, or that they are the ones that influenced this? Yeah. I mean, we know from a document from close to the southeast of Jinzhou that they did actively research the He civilization. So either they got really good at that, or they have some actual connection. But we will see in a moment, because the people here were trying to create some sort of door. Yeah, that's the next thing. That's the same as the ones in the Maya that we visited in Act 5. That they have the goal to create a gate, a door, or something. Yeah, a door, a gateway. Which is interesting in context of what we got with Lahai Roy, because the Strider Gate is a thing now, and we know that we can use the FXC to get to places. So it seems they were doing that everywhere, not just in Lahai Roy. Fraxilis Gateway 2. The Fraxilis were involved in pushing them toward that, so it's the question if they know what they were getting to, and if they already had access to that kind of technology and just wanted to push the Code of Savante in that direction, or if they wanted to open a gateway themselves. But yeah, they were also involved, at least in the branch in the Maya. The thing is, I think it's actually in the next one, not this one. Yeah, he reflects what happened. Can't really remember. Yeah, here's the interesting stuff. He found something, and it looks like they might have succeeded in creating the gateway, which is what I think why they vanished. It's not that they were stopped, it is that they succeeded, would be my guess. I mean, Shang Liao doesn't remember details, but he remembers some stuff. And he lost his arm when he basically put it through the portal to check what's there. Should be here. And then they liken it to the tested mark, which is also interesting. Fun fact, the tested marks on resonators and the tested marks from which tested discords spawn are mentioned to specifically be the exact same concept. So that's interesting. Yeah. And here is the super interesting part. Crystalline delicate butterflies. No, I think it was basically that he put it in, it disintegrated more or less, but he connected to the special alloy. Ah, I see, yeah. That is where he found the special alloy we took a look at previously, and then he resonated with it and basically built his arm from that. So their arm is made from... Yeah, exactly, that was what I was getting at. The arm is made from the alloy that he found there after he lost his actual arm, because it just got ripped apart. And yeah, Shorekeeper is the only thing I can think about when reading crystalline delicate butterflies. Which begs the question, why? What are they doing in a Code of Savante ruin? Emerge from the fracture, so whatever lies past the portal seems to be connected to Shorekeeper in some way, or seems to be very similar. Strange power seeps from the gap, glowing with the mysteries of another civilization. Civilization being mentioned here, so sounds like hey. You have no idea how much I like that statement. As Shangri Yao stared into it, past barriers that once seemed insurmountable now appeared solvable within this new framework. Yeah, he got some kind of brain expansion while looking at the gateway. The race of knowledge surged, capable of bending, subduing, and... let's just say I have a video planned that relates to that sentence, or that sentiment that Shorekeeper has her eyes everywhere. So that's just funny that you mentioned that. The race of knowledge surge, capable of bending, subduing, and intertwining all frequencies in existence. Also very interesting, very godlike power. Took a step forward, almost forgetting the blood gushing from his torn flesh. So yeah, he got physically injured. Dizziness from blood loss and faint euphoria blurred his senses. At that moment, he noticed a familiar object lying dust-covered. Yeah, that's the next thing. He finds proof that his father found this place. So his father probably also went into the portal. Question is if they made it through or got disintegrated or whatever. But I get the feeling some point in the future, probably a few versions later, we will see what happened to those and find them in a very interesting place, whatever that may be. Even at the end, his father held onto a memory of their family. He hadn't abandoned everything. Beyond that threshold, could he still see himself progressing at the end of pure theory where no one could observe? Could also be true that it's similar to what IMF went through. Because IMF also doesn't really know why she got digitized after losing her body and why she still exists. Yeah, probably that's to be assumed if it happened to him for a moment while staring into it. If they went into it, that they probably got absolutely brain blasted. Which once again reminds me of what I talked in the last video with the light signal that just is a flood of information. Which I also connected to the Tethys system, so there's that. Standing just a step away from the ultimate answer, the young scholar found himself thinking about trivial, unrelated things. He recalled how after his parents... Trying to assemble a device to stop the bleeding. His newly acquired forte, because that's exactly where his awakening happened. Because he's a mutant resonator, so he had one very stressful moment to awaken. Whitehead individual mentioned in the story. I mean, the thing is, the first thing you would think about is the person from the intro cutscene, because if you see, there is already a connection, and yeah, you could argue she doesn't really have white hair, that is more like black or grey or something, but on the other hand, it shines a lot, so I guess you could somewhat interpret it as being white. But yeah, I can't really think about anyone else apart from Jinchi, which wouldn't make much sense. So right now I'm assuming it's the person from the intro. Genau, and here it is that he wrought the metal he found into the arm he has. So that's the perfect alloy he found, which is the same thing as we found in the Exostrider, which is interesting. Genau, and then he turned back and returned to Huanglong. Which is nice. Because otherwise we wouldn't have this information. But yeah, probably what happened is the alloy is a Haze civilization thing, and he found it when he reached through the portal and pulled it basically back from there. Whatever the case, we can pretty much confirm that the gateway they created there should be connected to whatever is inside the Strider, which should also be some sort of digital space or sonorosphere or both or something like that. But as there's one more thing that we can find inside the ruin of the current space stations. Royal Frostlands. Yeah. Which is
Faster.
Orient myself. I think it's up there.
I'm transform.
Warning. Insufficient
And,
power supply. Mech mode off.
Over there. What do you mean? I'm just using what I have. Also, let's be real, we already explored this in the first one. Yep, here it is. What do you think about this? Any thoughts? Yeah, interesting, right? And yes, those are 100% Shorekeeper butterflies. I made a comparison picture, which I can quickly show. Back to OBS, switch to the other scene, and then this one. Here we go. This butterfly and this butterfly are in exactly the same position and look exactly the same, so that's our confirmation. Those are 100% the Shorekeeper butterflies, which matches up with what we just read in the Shang Liao backstory with those crystalline butterflies. So, once again, Code of Cervante, once again, Shorekeeper butterflies. Without any other mention of any Tethys related stuff. Which I find very interesting. The interesting thing is, I mean, obviously it makes sense for my theories that Tethys is basically everywhere and involved in everything. But how do you think people who don't think this is a simulation, let's just assume it isn't, how would you explain this? I mean, you could maybe argue that they work with the Black Shores and just kept some stuff from there. But why would they keep the butterflies in particular? Because the rest of the vegetation matches the purple colors, but isn't something we find on the Black Shore Islands.
Roving among the stars.
Yeah, we also got the butterflies over here. But yeah, I can't really think about anything meaningful why those would be here and in the other Code of Cervante ruin. Look like the 2.5 map to me a bit, but I might be misremembering. I mean, we can check. I'd assume that's a bit more... water-themed, but... Fabricatorium of the Deep. Let's go here. I mean, in general, there is a law reason why everything on the Black Shores is purple and stuff. Because it grows on tessitite, and anything that grows on tessitite loses pigmentation and gets colorless or purple or whatever. Yeah, this is more water-themed
Roving
stuff.
among the stars.
So probably not the same, but it is the same color theme. So, the grass is very similar to the Black Shores. Could also be the case that this is also just very rich in tessitite to make it blue, or it's just because blue equals water. One of those. But nonetheless, interesting details. I mean, another place we could check in the Frostlands, because that would make the most sense. Down here. Because here's also some stuff that's pretty purple, and I think... yeah, I think that's the vegetation we see up there. Those kinds of plants. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Obviously, because we got those circuit-like structures. Is there... no, I think those are different butterflies. But yeah, so we can probably assume the plants they have up there are from the Frostlands. Yeah. I mean, that's what you got to do. They are very tricky. They are sometimes very... they hide stuff in details that you wouldn't think about. I can show you an example later. But yeah, the plants are from the Laharoy, the Frostlands. So why are the butterflies there? Yeah, the metal has also some circuitry. Which once again would make sense because we can probably assume the strider is built from it. If it's inside the strider present. Would make this the most sense to use that kind of metal. And after all those plants with circuitry are part of the strider that split off. Yeah, you can really see it here. Top-notch circuitry.
I'm faster in my mech, you know.
Yeah. Those butterflies are too round. Those are different ones. Okay. Yeah, as I was mentioning, there are some very interesting details in if you really pay attention. Also, it did dawn on me how a rover is something usually used to relay information back. I assume you are referring to the robots we sent to different planets to scout. That is something that I also thought about. That's an interesting connection, which would make rover a scout for the civilization. I guess that would make sense, yeah, if they're also underwater. But yeah, that could also be an interesting angle to be a scout which would then beg the question, how would scouting a different area save the world? How Rover put it. Where is it? Where is it? Wait, hang on. I hope I didn't. Duh. A similar treatment to finish your mission too. Yeah, just fire and forget once you got your data. True. Main quest. Black Shores. Let's show you something that's gonna be really fun. Meet the Shocky. Oh, right. While we're here, here. Pretty crazy now with the new context, right? Oh, the Mars rover died. That's sad. Guess they have to send something else if they want more data. But yeah, what do you think about the Nanami robot that is specifically digitized? Now that we've played through the IMA stuff. Yep, I mentioned it shortly because at the same place we got a robot mentioning the as above so below phrase, which was mentioned in the La Royal stuff. So I used that to make it more likely that it's not just a connection. I didn't really pay attention if they added stuff because the NPCs shift now and again. The crew robots at this place only appear during the main story, the 1.3 quest, so they appear after you finish it. But yeah, try reading what this robot says in Ima's voice, because I personally think it is very fitting. The interesting thing is also that's the only robot that doesn't have a Q-something name. And actually, I found another robot that mentions specifically that there is a robot named Kunami, which could be Nanami, whatever, which is the first ever created robot on the Black Shores. Code Nanami. Yeah, while we're at that topic, do you have any experience with PGR, and do you think the games are connected somehow? Missed it. God damn it. No, I wanted to pause on this one. I like this quote. If you imagine this being IMF. If there is, then as a company, it's very brave to not make the relation overt, not gonna lie. Yeah, same. I started playing the game a bit and then decided it's cool, but I don't have time to focus on both games. But to be fair, PGR is still ongoing, so we don't actually know how a Kuro story endgame looks like. And they are doing some stuff that is pretty unique from what I've seen. So there is a chance to make the not overtly connected. Isn't Nanami something even beyond what happens on the planet? What exactly? Yeah. I mean, right now they are treating the game as their own things and doing separate stuff. So yeah, it would be a bit weird if they at some point connected them and suddenly you got two groups of people that didn't interact that much with each other. But yeah, what exactly do you mean with Nana being something beyond the planet? Space station. Interesting. I didn't get that far, I think. Oh, it does? Interesting. In what context does the hazard mark appear? I guess in the meantime I can look for what I wanted to actually show you. Yeah, here we have the data cubes. One of the bosses, I haven't confirmed these things myself, but I heard a lot. Do you know if it's a recent boss or if it's an older one? Because that's very interesting if they have a hazard mark present in the other game. Ah, interesting. I mean, that one could very much just be a similar design choice because it's the same company. Although I'm not actually sure how much overlap the developers have between the games. But who knows, maybe it's a connection, maybe it is not. I guess the question would be, is that boss also connected to black holes? But I guess you would have to play PGR to get the full context. Yeah, that's actually one thing that's a bit of a shame. I wish I knew someone who was actively into the PGR lore, so we could have some discussions talking about possible connections or similarities in the stories in the lore and stuff. Was basically an outer god observing the world from what I remember. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, the word god also fell in context of Wuva and the Code of Savante and stuff. Yeah. I mean, I think we're gonna get more info on LF1 in the rest during the rest of 3.x. So we'll see about that, what we get from that. But yeah, what I wanted to show you is if we watch this section again,
it's right behind this gate.
Where we are in the simulation of Port Greyshoe and
Be careful.
that's right before the final fight. In this section, if we watch to the sub-objectives, which you usually wouldn't, you would just follow the marker, you can see that it changes
Let's watch out.
into information, into actual more or less dialogue. With some interesting stuff. This is what the lament is all about. Willing helpers have been few and far between. They are actively talking with us through the sub-objective. Hopes can be fatal. Give up all hope. And that's what I mean when I say you really have to look for the details. Yep, easily missable and non-replayable. That's exactly it. Give up all hope. That is why I record everything, so I can look back at stuff like that. No one can help us. It feeds on despair. I mean, it's also the advantage for those who stream those games and for those who watch streamers, because you can just replay the VOD or video or whatever. So it is usually available. It's not that bad. This guy will always be out of reach. Crazy in the new context. Call back to that.
Luminous energy. I got your back.
And Earthbound forever and ever. Stay away or risk destruction. Now they are warning us.
Attack is the best defense.
Yeah.
Now I'm moving fast.
They did allude to the whole space travel isn't a possible thing, yeah. Run, another warning. It's just that they now focused on the whole thing. So I guess it's the other way around, that they teased this and then went into detail. What lies ahead is nothing but destruction. Leave. They are actually trying to prevent us from progressing, and then you... that's the fun thing. Once you are past all the combat and stuff and like that, it goes back to the very first instruction that we had at the beginning. So once you have the chance to calm down and take things in, it's back. So it is specifically designed to miss stuff. I have no idea what happens when time runs out. I don't actually know if they designed anything for that, because it is incredibly generous. But I guess what makes this not missable, you could always just make a new account and try stuff out. Which is a bit tedious, but you could do it. But yeah, I also requested in one of the surveys that they make specific segments playable again. And here I do something funny, I jump past the portal. Which was a bit anticlimactic. Okay.
The Necrostar is right ahead. That piano is the modulation interface.
Yeah, and then we have
Careful.
the black
This
hole.
place is filled with hatred.
Anyone else currently watching, feel encouraged to also chime in, ask questions, point things out.
I'm fine.
That's what I'm doing. Why I'm doing the stream. It's mostly for interaction and to see what you think about stuff.
Iron graft on you. Leave it to me.
Also, let me check something real quick.
Here we go again. Into Woolly's belly you go. Ordained.
Welcome back. Was just letting this play a bit. Actually, another thing that's here. That's gonna be very interesting. First thing, obviously, we once again have a black hole here.
War with
There's no lore in Wuwa, exactly. I mean, the thing is, they very much show that they are inspired by Elden Ring and Souls in general, which is lore that is designed to tell you nothing unless you put active work into this. So it is very much intentional. Yeah, black hole. Yeah, target Chief Steward. The black hole's being the level up.
Don't let go.
Yeah, that's. It's the little details. To be fair, Kranis could be right that it's not actual black holes, but I still would argue it looks similar and that's enough of a connection. Yeah. What do you think about this? Any bells ringing about how the Tethys system is trying to catch Rover? Yeah, Kranis argued it is some kind of resonance nucleus, some kind of basically resonance-based material that is the essence of most things. Something like that. Interesting. What I wanted to point out is... 1 second. Here. Do you now see what I'm on about? I mean, it could just be coincidence, but once again, we have the same kind of bands restricting Rover, once in blue, once in red. Same with the cubes. And a big black hole in the background. So once again, interesting connection. Even if it's just visually or unintentionally or whatever. But once again, it ties back to what I said at the very beginning of version 3.0. This stuff we are doing right now ties back to basically everything else we experienced so far. I don't think so. I'm gonna cook on that one a bit more, but it is somewhat related. That's just something I wanted to point out. Another thing. Somewhere back here. No, not here. That I noticed when I went back through this stuff. When talking to Hoda. After she disappears. Or at the end. Yeah, here.
Despair, obsession, resentment, remorse, emotions stirred by the lament have torn us apart, much like the tidal forces around a real black hole.
So, despair, obsession, resentment, remorse, negative emotions, stuff that is very much connected to the Phenolians. What do you think they're going with this dialogue? Because they are tying this to the lament itself and not just the Phenolians. Interesting answer. Let's see what the next dialogue is.
The lament itself. Those emotions are also frequencies. Tethys likely harnesses them in order to.
So yeah, first, crazy that emotions are also frequencies, because that means that frequencies are not just physical objects and stuff, but also concepts that are very much non-tangible. But the more important thing is, Tethys likely harnesses them, the negative emotions, those emotions. I mean, yeah, everything is frequency-based, but also in our world, everything is more or less atom-based or quark-based or whatever theory you want to go about. And emotions are still, I guess you could argue, with hormones and stuff, but the concept itself is a concept. It's not something that's made of something. But what do you think about Tethys harnessing negative emotions? That sounds very Frenodian-like, in my opinion. Which is then again funny in the context that you said big boss Frenodian. Because later they say, they say explicitly that Tethys uses emotions for computation. However, that is supposed to work, or more specifically negative emotions from the lament. But that's regarding this. Basically what I have so far. I'm not sure where this goes with why exactly Tethys needs those emotions and stuff. But I'm gonna let you think about this for a bit. I'm gonna take a short break, get something more to drink, and we will see us shortly. So be right back. And I'm back. Okay, let me get... So, any thoughts you had in the meantime? Can't wait for the fallacy style enemies in like 4.x or 5.x. Yeah, it's always interesting thinking about the future if you look at what they are building with the lore. Especially considering if we actually defeat LF1 right now, which I'm not 100% sure we are actually gonna do this version, then the Strider Gate is most likely opened, and we should have a path into space. So basically, if they are continue going in the direction they are going right now, then they open up space exploration. Abby hasn't really been acknowledged by Tepes or Shorekeeper, have they? And no, they do specifically mention Abby. I can pull up something about it. Elephant got to be another overfreak situation. Yet, that's also what I think. We encounter it, and then it flees. But then once again, do they leave the Strider Gate open for us? Do they open up space exploration? Or is it going to be a bit of a dead end that doesn't continue? Let me... I think it's actually in here. Yeah, in this segment. Yeah, just checking some documents. Elephant brute forces it open when we close it while saving IMF. I mean, if Elephant brute forces it open, then the seal of the Strider is broken. So, what keeps it from continuing to invade Solaris? At that point, it's just the way is open. There shouldn't be any reason for it to not invade in that case. Or at least I can't imagine how we would... Wait. Or at least I can't imagine how we would then close the gate again without anyone sacrificing. Yeah, you'd assume... you should assume so, that there are other Strider gates. Probably the other gates mentioned, because there's even more mentions of gates. Breaking a door and then we tape it back up. Who knows? Yeah, the thing is currently the one sealing the Phenodian is the Strider. And it's actually not just sealing the Strider, the gate, in the way that nothing can come in. The point of what it's doing is a part of Elevron is already in La Roy, and another part is on the other side of the Strider Gate. And the purpose of the gate is to split it, the frequencies. Because that's something they mentioned in the documents I did the 50-minute video about. That it's not sealing it by physically blocking it, it's sealing it by keeping it separated and therefore reducing its power. So once we open the gate, it should recombine and should be much stronger. So at that point, it doesn't really matter if you seal it again or not. I mean, possible, but still, they say explicitly we don't want them to recombine, because at that point, it's gonna be bad. But yeah, to get back to this, because you asked, after this stuff, and here Abby enters the scene.
Hey, don't just eat whatever's in front of you. This looks awful. Ugh, like the worst stew ever made.
Referring to the frequencies of Port Glacial they captured.
What are you staring at?
And yeah, that's where they acknowledge Abby.
This frequency has dwelled within you for millions of years.
crazy number.
I'll keep an eye on it. We have more important matters at hand.
Wait, are you saying I'm not important here? Cause you were about to gulp that hodgepodge of who knows what stuff. Go grab something normal if you're hungry. But this...
But yeah, they very much acknowledge Abby's existence and seem to know what it is.
Once you fall in, you'll never crawl back out.
Could be the case. I'm not 100% sure what the rules are
Precisely.
behind what
This
Abby
is
likes
the
and
Star,
not.
a black hole that will suck anything close to it into oblivion.
But I mean, Abby doesn't like the Dark Tide, which is Frenodian related stuff, so could be the case that it is specifically Frenodian things. But on the other hand, no, I think actually the Dreamless, which to be fair isn't a Frenodian, but it has a Discord, in a Dreamless case, it didn't really complain, as far as I know. So, as I said, not entirely sure what the rules are behind what it likes and what it doesn't. But there is...
That little creature is
Yeah.
able to perceive objects by their frequency. Just as
Maybe,
described,
who knows?
The Necrostar's frequency is indeed incredibly complex. Speaking of which, are you feeling discomfort anywhere?
This is a very interesting question in this context. Basically, Shorekeeper knows something, or knows something about the relationship between us, which she doesn't tell us, so very curious what she is referring to in this case.
No, I'm referring to that creature. Do you feel anything unusual when interacting with it?
You mean because she's seeing frequencies? Yeah, that's a good point. But I guess they mentioned Abby can do the same, so
That's good to know.
who knows?
The Necrostar's singularity has been retrieved. Let's take it to the modulation.
Yeah. But there is another mention of acknowledgement of Abby at the end of the entire quest. Somewhere in this dialogue.
About that frequency dwelling within you. Yes. It seems to be hungering for something.
I mean, that something is basically everything.
Something unusual.
Once the question, have you felt anything unusual? There is something specific she wants to know, something she knows that she doesn't tell us for whatever reason.
My Sonoro can sense even the most minor changes in frequencies. So I can tell that there's something strange about that frequency. I'll search for more information in the Tethys system and share what I find with you.
Suddenly she doesn't have much information. Interesting. Yeah, and then they continue to talk. Yeah, it is fun that they finally moved the lore aspects into a front view, basically saying, hey, we didn't do everything so far just for fun. It is important for what's going to happen. So obviously the lore discussions are going to liven up, but it was there all along. It was there from 1.0, so if they didn't, I would have still tried to move it in the forefront. Yeah. I've done the lore for a while. Specifically, 1.3 was what pushed me into doing content creation, because it started a lot of theories, and one specifically, that I just wanted to share and have opinions on. So this was going to happen at some point anyway. It's just very lucky that they know now make it easier for me to get people to talk about it. But yeah, what do you think about what the Shorekeeper said about Abby? What do you think she could be on about? Meanwhile, I'm gonna think about what we could take a look at next. Yep, that's a good point. Somewhere... Yeah, true. Could be a connection between Abby and Tethys. I had a thought after going through this, through the 1.3 quest yesterday. Something they mentioned shortly after this could open the possibility that Abby was supposed to be part of the Tethys system for stuff like for some stuff, and we took it out for some reason. Could be a possibility, not much proof so far, but it is a fun thing to keep in mind. But yeah, about the NDA thing, if we once again go back to where Nanami was. Oh, it's later. And that's the Shorekeeper cutscene. That's Nanami, and right, then I fell down and had to get back here. Talk to this again. Could be the Frenodian deconstruction unit or something, and Tethys is slower without it, but then there's also the Abraxas stuff. Yeah, true. Abby seems to be connected to Frenodians, specifically. With the whole, why have you betrayed us and stuff. Not you. Here. Kutethic, which is the one I mentioned in the video that says the as above so below phrase. We stationed at the Idoscope are among the oldest, so here we have the oldest crew robots among them. Yeah, assisting the Shorekeeper and managing Tethys' data. As above, so below. Something about the deeper truth. The stars reflect the earth and the past shapes the future. Very esoteric. We would need a bit more context of what they are talking about, but the as above, so below phrase alone is interesting. Here dualities persist, or perhaps such duality is the essence of our world. The entity at the heart of the Tethys system might indeed be the Tethys system itself. I mean, what could it mean other than the Shorekeeper is connected to the Tethys system more than we might think? They could be more of the same entity than it is made obvious. Oh, I guess it wasn't this one. Which one was it? Was it Kulogos? I don't know. But there is one robot that specifically mentions there is stuff they are not allowed to talk about, same as with the Shorekeeper. Both are prohibited from talking about certain things. Yeah, Abby devouring and LF1 being a black hole that devours could also be a connection. Abby in general is pretty interesting with the whole absorption stuff. Was there anything else? I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly show you the other mention I found. Ah, here. I'm looking for a legendary figure. Have you seen Ku Nami? She's one of us, said to be the first robot born from the Tethys system. Also interesting that it's referred to as a her, but yeah, that's the one that I think is referring to Nanami. So once again pointing out that that is that she is pretty important. But yeah, she's been missing. She's always been fascinated by the stars in the universe. Yeah, that makes it pretty clear. Because Nanami mentioned something about one day she's gonna travel into the universe. Fascinated by the stars in the universe. She also cares deeply about everyone at the Black Shores. Yep, that is precisely what she is saying. So that's confirmation. Let me see if I talked to the other ones before or after. In any language, Mandarin or Chinese, and have you thought of checking other translations? For some stuff, I did switch to Japanese because I can actually somewhat read that stuff to cross-reference things. I think it was this one. Mandarin or Chinese? Not sure what you exactly mean with NA1. Do you mean Nanami or something like that? Listen to the waiting of stars. The corruption is affecting. There. As above, so below. So once again, mention of the phrase. So at this point, it's not a coincidence. It is very much an intentional thing they are calling back to later. As in a character for one, like how Ichi is one in Japanese. What we can do is... No, that's gonna be... The problem is you can check some quest dialogue in the gallery, but that doesn't apply to NPCs, so it's gonna be hard to check that out in another language, especially considering Nanami is no longer present in the map, so you can't even change language now and check it. So I wouldn't know how to prove that. We would have to find someone who plays it in that language who can help us with that. Yeah, I'm telling you, they are foreshadowing so much stuff. And it's not just 1.3, it's been since the beginning. They are hiding stuff in plain sight. We don't have the strength to fight it. Hopefully Kuchan can find a way to intercept the overflow. Also another mention of the overflow I mentioned in my Tethys video. I was showing the other NPC close by to here, but once again mention of overflow, which is a computer thing where you run out of space and start overwriting other stuff. Yuku Sensei might be a good shout for stuff like this. Yeah, could be a possibility to find someone who plays it in another language and check that. But you could probably also... I don't know if she would have a wiki entry in any Wuthering Waves wiki. But yeah, I'll think about that and see if we can do something about that. Anything else here? No, that's basically it. I guess let's go look at another connection that's interesting with LF1. Going back to Lahai Roy. To what I was gonna do in the beginning.
This is no good.
could be consumed.
Let's listen again to how IMF describes Elephon.
Always making people worry.
I think it was somewhere here.
So far, I'm the
Yeah.
There's a theory in Lahai Roy. Trinodian Aleph 1, the devourer of existence, is the embodiment
Yeah, devourer.
the dissolution of all things.
Dissolution of things.
Its true form is like
I really like that they highlighted black hole. You know how focused I am on stuff like that.
I've verified it myself.
So Elephon a black hole.
I'm the only one who's reached it. Because I'm already dead. And no living soul could withstand a place like that.
You went inside Thenodian itself.
I don't think if
Yes.
I mean there's one thing that is kind of like a virus, but we will get to that. Portal into void space. Higher dimensional plane, pitch black.
Black, but also like a kaleidoscope. Inside, time and space aren't linear. Everything is warped.
Interesting. Also highlighted. Important.
Borrowed from different eras can be sitting right next to each other. I know you fought many Thrunodians, but Aleph 1 is different. It's already one elsewhere.
Yeah, pointing out that Elf1 is a special case. Really nice visuals.
Wandering through the void space, I saw the proof. A graveyard of civilizations is already ended.
I guess while we're here, void space existing inside Elf1, very similar to Paradise with Leviathan. So could once again be a Trinodian related, I mean obviously Trinodian related, but in the same way as the Paradise is. Fundamental laws of time and space descend into total chaos. Mention of chaos, interesting. I also connected that Elephon could be connected to it. Any living entity entering this domain suffers a rapid loss of frequency, eventually leading to the total dissolution of their existence. Loss of frequency, once again, interesting. Because technically, if it's affecting frequencies, it should also affect non-physical things. Like, we learned that even emotions are based on frequencies, so they should... it should basically devour everything, but it seems to be pretty selective. Any ideas as to what Sigilum's forehead symbol is related to, and why do you think Rover's frequency turned into a type of mecha specifically? The mecha thing, I'd assume, is because that's yeah, Ameth could be one component that it came from Ameth, who is already resonating with the Strider, so it absorbed part of the Strider tech. But also, since Rover and the Strider have the same origins, it's also very possible that Rover has or had some form of combat suit, and that is something that Rover used to have access to, and Sigilum is just using. So, a few possibilities. And the forehead symbol. We can look at that in a moment. I think my first association was the Code of Cervantes symbol. Don't know if it looks really similar, but that's one thing I've thought about. I mean, it's not even confirmed that we are getting Fusion Rover. I can still see it being another element. Maybe Kranis is right that it's Glacio, but we will see. I'm honestly also not sure that we are getting the next rover so soon. I mean, probably because people would expect that, but I can also see them do stuff that's a bit more different. They are starting to switch things up. But yeah, Graveyard of Civilizations is already ended. That's something interesting that I want you to keep in mind a bit.
Presence in Lahai Roy is
Yep, sliver of its true self, what we were talking about earlier. Trying to devour Solaris.
So, don't go wandering off alone. Not until the Exostrider awakens.
I mean, I did look into the Echo sets and when their related resonator came, and so far the longest was the following patch second half. So there was so far no set you could pre-farm for the next after the after patch. So you would think that 3.2 should have both resonators that use those Echo sets. Considering we only got Sigrika, that would imply that we are getting Fusion Rover, which is going to be a Fusion Burst character, support character and stuff. But it is still possible that they start doing it differently and that it is for example, Lucilla in 3.3. Yes, but Midnight Rail was also a set that you would play on Rogia, so that was in usage. So it's just a case that two characters use a very similar set. At least from what I remember. Yeah. Exactly what Kranist also did. He also forgot about Rogia. Yeah, but after the description of LF1, I'm gonna go actually back to one of my videos. I hope I have it available here. No. Where is it? I guess I'll just open it in a browser. YouTube. Let's grab this one. Mute for the ad. Because the ads are actually doxing me. That's fun. So much for incognito browser. Okay. So. Yeah. Towards the end. I think it's here. Why are you doing ads again? Bro. I'm just skipping in the video. Yeah, I guess that's the problem if you do incognito tab. You have to suffer those. Okay, now, hopefully. Unveiled to us by the rover themselves. Bro, you just did ads. Stop it. Man, it really is sad how much you suffer if you don't have Adblock or YouTube Premium. So, you finished now? Ha! Just some lost visitor, and yet you claim you can uncover the truth? Do you really have the clues, or are you just spinning your own story? This may just be a patchwork of guesses, but whether I'm misunderstanding things or not, you can decide for yourself after hearing. The clues to the story probably begin with two cats, always at odds, yet never apart. Like all stories of rise and fall, your world once had a dazzling civilization long ago. So bright, no one could look away. But then, one day, it came, drawn to that brilliance, reaching out by instinct. People fought desperately to protect their home, but no matter what they tried, nothing could stop it. As the end drew near, two cats from the dreamscape world appeared. Your world is ending, there is no stopping it, they told the last of the survivors. You fought long enough, now it's all over, you've done well. Leave the rest to us, we'll preserve your story in a dream, even if... So. Brave browser. I guess I could look into that. Yeah, what I want to point out, civilization devoured by something that catches, that is caught in its attention, and instinctively it devours that world. I think this sounds very much like how Elephant is described, and would be one of the civilizations that is already devoured that IMF could have seen. And there is also the possibility that this could be Rove's homeworld for one reason. If we go back to the quest, it should be in the video we already have open. Where was it specifically? Right. When we get the segment with playable kid IMF. Actually, you know what? We are gonna watch the entire conversation because there are some things I want to point out.
What's wrong? Can't sleep?
Are you sad right now?
No. Just thinking about some things.
You're lying. You are sad.
You see right through me, huh? I'm not sad. I just... Well, to put it in your words, I guess I'm thinking about my homeland.
First interesting thing. To put it in your words. Already a disclaimer. Everything we hear from here on is a simplification. It is not to be taken literally. It is more complex in nature. But this is in the words of a small child in Solaris. So even the mention of homeland might not mean an actual physical location or nation or whatever on the world map. It could be something different. So we have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Then, do you want to go back for a visit?
I can't go back.
Yeah, can't go back for whatever reason. We don't know so far.
Can I tell you a secret? After Mom and Dad went away,
Relay for the homeworld could still exist if it's been set up to be self-sufficient and moved out of the way, to be fair. I'm assuming you are...
really far away.
Yeah, I'm assuming you are talking about the satellite thing. Could be that it's self-sufficient and sending messages. That would open up the possibility that the actual world is destroyed.
Other people,
They all think you're super strong.
Certainly a possibility.
Kid, I don't think you're that strong. So
Yeah, waiting for the next rover line.
you can cry with me. I'm really good at keeping secrets. So you don't have to be sad by yourself. Okay?
My homeland is far, far away, Imeth.
Yeah, far, far away. Once again, not to be taken literally. It is just hard to get to, if at all. Yeah, could be AI powered.
The people there gave me a mission. That's why I came here.
Whatever that mission
What
was.
kind of mission? It must be really important to come so far.
It's complicated. Too complicated for you right now.
Once again, disclaimer, it is not
Then just pick a
that
simple way
simple.
to say it. I'll listen really carefully.
A simpler way. Put in terms of your space fantasy gacha games. I came here to save the world.
Once again, put in terms of your games and put in a simpler way. I came here to save the world. Not to be taken literally. It is something specific. Something that isn't just end the suffering and stuff like that. There is a specific goal. What that goal is, who knows, but yeah, also didn't say which world, that's also true. Is he trying to save his homeland? Is he trying to save Solaris 3? Could be both, could be neither. So, once again, something to keep in mind, there is more to this than just, I'm the savior.
Do whatever needs to be done to fulfill the mission. For as long as it takes.
Especially considering this choice of words. To be whatever needs to be done. The end justifies the means. It could involve some very not so nice things. Which is in line with some things they hinted towards with Rover. And for as long as it takes, yeah, obviously we know Rovers has been doing this for pretty much a long while.
But was it the right thing for me?
And there we have this, the self-doubt.
Because one day, I realized I would never return home. I couldn't stop thinking about that faraway place. More than I ever had before.
Hmm.
In what you'd call dreams, I'd go back, stand there, just stare at what I once called my homeland.
Unless the info on Abby was separate from Rover. You mean what Shopkeeper said, or what info about Abby? They did specifically mention it has been slumbering inside of you for millions of years. So it specifically says it is directly connected to Rover, which doesn't mean Abby was awake for that time. Actually, it more or less implies that Abby wasn't, since also the message we got from the Black Shores rover mentions that Abby has yet to awaken. So I think Abby has actually been connected to us for a long amount of time. It just wasn't its own being or awake or whatever. That's something that seems to be specific for us and what makes us right now different and special. But why I stopped here, in what you'd call dreams, that's a very interesting choice of words. Because one, it implies Rover doesn't dream in that way. And two, what are the dreams of the people in Solaris? Yeah, Rover's age is a bit difficult. You probably also know that I theorized that Rover itself is more or less a split being, so there are multiple versions that go around, which makes it even harder to gauge an age, but yeah, it is hard to gauge, which is what I just said, but at least we can say the whole operation has been over a very long time frame, which is what they are referring to. But yeah, what do you think? Why is it worded like this with the dreams? Exactly. Which is why Rover can go there and stare at once called my homeland. So Rover's homeland is very likely now part of the Somme Noire or integrated in the Somme Noire, or the Somme Noire is based on that homeland in some way, shape or form. Which, going back to the video, sounds very much like the world they integrated after it was destroyed into the Somme Noire. So there is a very real chance that Rover's homeland is the world they are speaking here. They are speaking about here.
Even if your people vanish, even if your words and history fade away, at the very end of time, dreams will still remain. That was the Black Cat's promise. The cats pleaded with them, but the people refused to surrender. They fought to their last breath until annihilation swallowed them whole.
This could also once again relate to what the mission is, to prevent this from happening or something like that. Is the other theories have... the other theories have whoever the white cat is. I mean, in the end, the white cat is just a recolor of the black cat in the Somme Noire. So the gatekeepers itself are the cats. The fact that Rover is also a black cat is partially. The gatekeepers are based on Rover's design. So much is pretty clear, because if you take a look at the outfit of the black gatekeeper, ebony gatekeeper, his outfit is very similar to Rover's outfit. And they confirm that they were created by someone Rover knew. So they have similar designs. That's why Rover is depicted as a cat, as well as the gatekeepers, because they are connected in that way. Which doesn't mean that there is a white cat that is the counterpart to Rover. Could be, but isn't guaranteed. It's just both the gatekeepers are opposite cats that are just recolored more or less. But yeah, that's the next connection, that Rover has an active connection to the Somme Noire. Once again, a hint that the Somme Noire is connected to the civilization of his origin. How exactly and how that ties into the other stuff, we will see, I guess. But once again shows Somme Noire extremely important. Knew that since the very beginning. And I've jokingly started to call filler patches the actual main story. So the patches where we get Somme Noire stuff. Because we get, every time we get very interesting dialogues and information and stuff. Might do another video about that at some point to go more in detail in that. Yeah, that's a very good point. There is no Somme Noire in La Haye-Roy. Both in Raguna and Septimond, we get Somme Noire stuff in parallel to the patch that introduces the areas. We have the white cat present in Raguna City at the beginning of 2.0, with the whole nightmare bosses. And we have a small Somnora side quest in the Septimon patch. So they've made it very clear that Somnora is always present. Christopher mentioned a line specifically from D, which is the person we are dealing with right
After
here.
that, the Black
But
Cat
let's
and the
watch
White
this
Cat,
more.
standing amidst the ruins, found themselves divided. Should they, as the Black Cat suggested, use the ruins as nourishment for dreams and send them through the gateway? Or, as the White Cat hoped, restore everything within the dreams? They couldn't agree, so they first decided to shelter it all within the dream. But even the faintest ember of light was enough to draw its attention. It hid within the wreckage of dreams and slipped into the world beyond the gateway. Bound by their promise to their creator, the Black Cat and White Cat had no choice but to fragment the dreamscape realm into separate layers, severing them one by one, even erasing themselves along with the tainted dreams, all in an effort to seal it within the deepest layer.
And that's going back to what you said about the virus. That's the one somewhat Frenodian related thing, if we assume it is a Frenodian, that sounds like a virus. Corrupting other dreams and then doing a layered shutdown, which is basically a firewall shutdown for isolating viruses in network environments. That's the one thing that reminds me of a virus. Bottom paragraph. You mean the upper and lower layer of the Somnora? I mean, could be the case. I was mostly connecting it to the etheric sea and space being not only above but also below our feet, in the way the Strider Gate works. Question is still how literal is that to be taken, but could also somewhat refer to the Somnora with the layers. But then we would have to think what exactly is similar above and below. Yeah, for sure. Simply for the fact that it's also mentioned in the Black Shores with the Tethys Underground and Black Shores above, which is what they probably were referring to in that context. But it could be applicable to a number of things. But let's continue.
Time drifted on. Reborn as before, the cats obeyed their maker's will, lingering in the upper layers to gather the world's fading dreams. Until one day, their amassed dreams seeped down into the underwater realm. At that moment, they felt a stirring from the deepest layer.
Hunger.
For fuck's sake.
Pizza. 10% Rabattcode. Tonys Pizza.
Das hier Schauspieler. Hat Superkräfte.
Once again, the Black Cat and White Cat stood divided. Should they reconnect with the deepest layer and preserve the entire dreamscape? Or stay in the present, no matter the cost, and protect the dreams lingering at the entry layers?
Yeah.
Yet unlike the hesitant gatekeepers, some residual frequencies stranded in the underwater realm were ready to rise again. They were ready to finish the fight, to stand their ground and never yield to it.
That's the next possibility. Maybe the people who... hi Kranis. Maybe the people who sent Rover on the mission were already part of the Somnora. Maybe Rover is sent from those frequencies to do something, to fight against it. Just woke up, but I got a couple of things I got to do before I can sit down. Okay, that's fine. See you in a bit, I guess. So yeah, also a possibility that those frequencies are related to Rover and the mission Rover is on.
Even if they had forgotten their original forms, even if their memories, records and beliefs lay scattered in fragments, they still waited in silent, lightless depths, slowly piecing those fragments together, weaving them into countless films. Perhaps it would never understand this. Humanity's greatest wisdom, its sharpest weapon, has always been fiction.
Yep, and that's the line Christopher mentions. That's exactly what he is referencing. That line that's highlighted in red, interestingly enough. I mean, possibly. I did watch the Man of Steel movie, but I haven't watched it in a long while, so I don't remember the details, but could be the case. But yeah, that's the Somnor connection with Christopher, which makes everything much more interesting. And if we then consider that Rover is potentially sent on a mission by those frequencies in the Somnoir, then same could apply for Christopher, which would then explain why the Frexiters seem to know Rover so much. Because that would be a possibility where they have the same origin.
Because fiction was the first step out of caves lit only by flickering shadows. It bound them in shared dreams as they moved forward as one. Through stories, they became known as primates, going on to dominate this world. And so, even stories born from shared dreams and whispered myths can still spark the flame anew.
Interesting they are setting this up. Could potentially be another arc where we meet more of those primates. Just mean the sentiment of being the last survivor of a dead civilization, but in this case, the echo of a civilization instead. Yeah, could very much be the case, but I think there is more. There are more fragments or echoes or whatever you want to call it from that civilization that we are probably gonna meet. Just
that is why this
my
place
hunch.
bears the name Somnoir. Without a soul, there is no somnium. Without a soul, one cannot set foot here. Visitor, now every film in the cinema has been set ablaze for you. Tell me, can you see? In the deepest darkness, its gaze is fixed upon you.
Focusing on the word gaze, once again, could be makes it more likely that they are referring to LF1 or something similar or related to LF1.
Piecing together every clue, you recount the story step by step to get the truth behind the cinema. The Somnoir's origins are still a mystery, but you keep drawing lines back to the lament of the past, until your story is cut short. A sudden surge of nightmares crashes into the scene. Watch out! The tested mark on the back of your hand glows suddenly. A familiar sensation washes over you. Abby tumbles out in a rush. Hey Rover, this thing, it feels kinda familiar. Did we beat something like this before?
Interesting mention. Interesting detail.
Our most hated enemy. Oh, got it. Ha, don't worry, Rover. I've got your back.
Once again, most hated enemy could be a hint that that is exactly what the mission is about. Which, if that's the case, is a strong argument why you could say that it is very unlikely that we will beat LF1 in this version. Because if that's their connection, then the mission has already been fulfilled. That would be a bit fast, and I don't know where they would go from there. Quantum foam, sure, we can do that in a sec. But one more thing. Yeah, and that's the interesting part. Gaze from the end matches the eyeball. The White Tower. Don't know if you noticed, but at the end of my Tethys video, where I said Tethys is the shepherd, I referred to Tethys with this exact title, Gaze from the End, The White Tower. Because obviously the White Tower, the centerpiece. And I find it very curious that that's the choice of words for whatever they're facing here. I mean, maybe I have not much experience with tarot. I know there's a tower. I don't know if there's a right tower. But the other people in here don't really have a reference to tarot or something like that. So, not sure. The voice that's telling the story has the subtitle Voice of the Somnoir, which is usually more of a role than a connection to a concept or something. So basically, usually the structure, that's the person, that's the role they are fulfilling. I don't know. Possible. You would have to ask someone that has more experience with tarot cards. So if someone knows about that, be my guest. But yeah, I personally can't really say anything about tarot from my experience. But to do one more thing, to draw one last connection. Let's go back to the Black Shore's crest. Symbolizes sudden disruptive change, destruction of false structures and forced dramatic transformation. It's destruction and upheaval, but also the ivory tower is kind of connected. Yeah, sounds like it could play a role here. Sudden disruptive change, destruction of false structures. I mean, destruction of false structures is a very interesting concept. But yeah, sounds similar to the lament. But what I wanted to point out. Skip. I mean, I would highly doubt that it's specifically Lord of the Mysteries. White Towers are in a lot of media. Yeah. That's the second account where I started recording the quests before I caught up to my main account.
Gave you her access. Back to us.
There it was. The Tethys system. The interface with the Tethys system looks very much like an eye, you know? The name of my main character in this account. Yeah, I couldn't tell if Christopher is inspired by Lord of the Mysteries. Haven't seen that. But isn't that a fairly recent series? I don't know. Possible. I think it's just a similar archetype that both are based on. Yep, exactly. That's what I wanted to point out. Let me find it real quick. Here. Just to. Yep. Okay, I guess it doesn't go away. But yeah, I named the character Cool Rover. Lord of the Mysteries is new only in that it was recently. Yeah, true. There's always source material. But yeah, intro cutscene. Yeah. I guess while we are at that thing, I already made a reference to that, being similar to the orb we see in the Dreamless fight. But this could also be similar to the destroyed planet thing in the Sigilum fight. Because once again, another orb made of seemingly stone that is fractured and destroyed. this thing. If you take that and compare it to God. Here. Very similar. Extremely similar. Yeah, that's the Overfrax rock is also something I pointed out. Technically speaking, it's not Overfrax. In Peaks of Prestige, the card game, ironically, it is confirmed that the big rock stature is not Overfrax, it is the Crownless, because it's specifically referred to as Statue of the Crownless. But let me check the DM Crescent. I think you might have sent it to the wrong person. I don't see anything in our DMs. Unless you mean other DMs. Ah, there we go. Can I... Let's just do it this way. Basically a connection between this symbol and the black hole. Personally, I think kind of difficult. It is similar, but this one's a orb in a four-pointed shape, somewhat cross-shaped, and this one's inversed. Could be similar, could be something different. But this, I guess this looks like a black hole with the edges frayed here, which is which then would be the question what the star symbolizes, but could be a connection. But yeah, what I primarily wanted to point out, away with you, God, I have too much stuff open here, that this looks, yeah, the inner circle would be the black hole, and the tested mark portal star, and then the halo was how I was seeing it. Yeah, no, I didn't want to draw. Maybe, but I still think the way this is drawn, the outer ring is the black hole itself, with the frayed edges here. But I can absolutely see this being connected to the black hole. But yeah, any theories as to why Tethys looks so similar to this thing? Because in this case it is very similar. But I guess I can see here the big cross, yeah. I can see that. How Trix's logo is what you described in their black hole symbolism. That's also an interesting point. If that's similar to the Trix's, maybe... Maybe we get a Frexidus member. Who knows? If that is the connection you are drawing. And we get her. So yeah, question would be, does this count as white-haired woman? Yes or no? I guess compared to Rover's black hair, it is white enough, especially if you consider the shine, but who knows? Someone pointed out to me that Lady in Silver here and Lucilla. Yeah. They look very similar, Lucilla and her. No, it is very interesting because the fact that we have her looking oh no, you mean Lucilla, not Lucia from PGR. You mean Lucilla? Don't think so. It is not Lucilla. She is very clearly close in design to Yang Yang, up to the point that this beauty mark is in the exact spot as with Yang Yang. So if there's a character she is visually connected to, it's Yang Yang. Lucilla would then just probably be just a coincidence. Although I would have to see them side by side to see what you meant. Yeah, fair. No, I didn't want to skip. I wanted to... What did I want? Good question. Yeah, sensors array. And then this thing collapses. Another thing I wanted to point out here. I already drew a connection in the first La Royal video about how this intro cutscene and the first IMF cutscene are very similarly structured, with the whole black hole in space and a almost glowing character, especially since both characters are seemingly visually very close to Punishing Grey Raven characters. In her case, Lucia, as far as I know, and IMF, obviously, Nanami. Which is funny that those are the two most obvious characters in those situations. Which then, if we connect those cutscenes as very similar, draws another connection between this thing and the Eye of LF1. Which is, once again, just looking at similarities. But at this point, with what we discussed this stream so far, all of the things, all the connections, it is crazy how much they are connected. And I highly doubt at this point there isn't an intended connection. The only question would be the details. Let me I do think that we'll be seeing Lady in Silver again in regards to LF1, but I'm wondering if she'll finally talk. Maybe. I think the fact that she doesn't talk could already be something they are hinting at. Maybe hearing her voice is something important. Maybe she can't talk, who knows? Maybe it's a voice we have already heard at some point. Very interesting. Yeah. But let me look up what you said about quantum foam. Oh god. I guess I'm a bit too far away from my PC. The connection is struggling for my wireless keyboard. Quantum foam. Quantum foam or space-time foam or space-time bubble is a theoretical quantum fluctuation of space-time on very small scale due to quantum mechanics. The theory predicts that at this small scale, particles of matter and antimatter are constantly created and destroyed. These small subatomic objects are called virtual particles. The idea was devised by John Wheeler in 1956. I mean, fair. Usually I also work with wired stuff, but it is a bit awkward to, for my current setup, to do that at the PC. Because for those who don't know, I am using a VR headset to stream this. I am currently in a VR environment. And you can technically do that at your PC, but I usually also want to move around so that my VR headset is a bit away from my PC, so I need the wireless stuff. With an incomplete theory of quantum gravity, it is impossible to be certain that space-time looks like what space-time looks at a small scale. However, there is no definitive reason that space-time needs to be fundamentally smooth. It is possible that instead, in a quantum theory of gravity, space-time would consist of many small, ever-changing regions in which space and time are not definite but fluctuate in a foam-like manner. So basically, the quantification of space-time, that you have space-time particles consisting of matter and antimatter. I mean, I'm already doing that in the way that I work in with digital stuff and not a physical whiteboard, but yeah. Chromatic foam and Lucilla. I mean, what I noticed after it was somewhat pointed out, Lucilla's head is like one of those mirrors or similar stuff that is used with satellites. Let me look for that. Yeah, during this segment. There. If you look at that, this very much looks not like a head, but a part of a satellite or something space related. Also, another interesting detail, we have a Black Shore member talking to Lucilla at the moment. Yes, her head. Here. Look at the way it's reflecting stuff. Any thoughts on that? Also, I also the donor card shows a 5-star mark. As for a so-called head. You mean this ID card or you mean promotion material? Yeah. Let me just Ah, I see what you mean, yeah. This one. That is interesting, yeah. Could be the case that that's referring to the resonator stuff. The thing with Lucilla and her element, there are two possibilities. Possibility one, the Fusion Burst set is gonna be used by a character that we don't know about yet. Could be a Fusion Rover, could be another character. Or it is Lucilla's set, in which case she would be Fusion. But so far we don't have much that tells us what her element could be aside from that echo set. Interesting. Ankle mark. To be fair, I have no idea how Lucilla could possibly fight. Oh, is there? Interesting. Let me look that up real quick. Sort by, I guess, third level. And then reverse. Twin Nova. Dealing electro damage. Resonator gains electro and basic attack bonus. Interesting. Psychology. Yeah. Could be. But interesting stuff. This already has 3 Sonata sets, none of them being Electro, which is interesting. Because do we have any Echo that's connected to 4 or more Sonata sets? That would be kinda weird, no? Yeah. Special skill effect. No. As far as I know, there is no resonator that does dual type damage, which is weird in context of the Kelpie thing. So there are echoes that are not fully utilized in what I do. Yeah, exactly. That's also what I think. I don't think this is really connected to anything specifically. Because the only characters I could think about that they could release that could be Electro would be 4-star characters, and it would be extremely weird to release another 4-star Electro character after Bullying. So I don't think this tells us much. Yeah, I think it's just copy-paste from this one and then given another element. Dedicated buffer in support character? Or... agree would be weird for a 4-star Electro character, yeah. Lumi can actually use... True. I mean, the thing with 4-star characters in general is most of them don't actually buff an element, they buff certain attack types. Element buffs are usually reserved for limited characters. Oh, dungeon. Alto, I think yes, with one of his skills, but dungeon? Interesting.
Your call. I'm ready.
Sometimes I get a little carried
I
away in
assume
battles.
outro skill.
I didn't start alone, did I?
True. Havoc amplification. Yeah, but as I said, most of the 4 stars buff specific damage types, attack types. I think, as far as I know, basically every standard 5-star buffs their element if you get enough sequences. Encore at here. Fusion buff for all team members, then well, Arena is buffer in general. Junshin doesn't actually. Interesting. So she doesn't, I guess. Damage increase immediately. Yeah, Ling Ying has here glacier damage at sequence 4. Kalchara also does buffs Electro, so yeah, most of these characters do attribute buff. Could be a possibility. I think that might be the case here, because we don't have Havoc and we don't have Havoc standard 5-star that could buff the damage, so that's why we have Dungeon. And since we already have Alto, Junshin fulfills the role of shielder. So yeah, that could be the reason why we have Alto and Dungeon buffing attribute damage. So yeah, don't think that means that we are getting an Electro character. Can we? I guess this is very similar. Yeah, all in all, we have a Fusion Burst set. We need another Fusion Burst character for IMF. Who knows if it's gonna be a different character or if it's actually gonna be Fusion Rover. We will see. I'm 50-50 on it, more or less. Okay, any other theories? Or questions or whatever you want to talk about? What exactly do you mean with the Cartafia team? Rover or Chisa on it, but Fusion Burst I have both Rover and Chisa.
Give it a try? Like this.
I mean, IMF, the Fusion Burst variant,
Here.
very much looks to be focused on Lupa. I have, from what I've seen and what friends shared with me, the most damaging teams in Fusion Burst always include Lupa.
Impressive.
Zani team when Arrow Rover came out. But yeah, I think the best and intended team for IMF Fusion Burst mode is gonna be Lupa, Lucilla, or whoever fills the Fusion Burst support slot, and IMF. Because then you have triple fusion, you get the full Fusion Burst buff. Let me just Phoebe was so good at getting Frazzle. Yeah, Spectral Rover was just introduced the mechanic but no longer relevant. Honestly, with the whole Phoebe debate, my thought was just you have Chacona, who can also do Spectral Frazzle. So I used her for the little bit of Zani gameplay I did. I mean, in the end, I can't answer any questions regarding to Zani and damage output and stuff like that because I already have a Spectral damage dealer. I don't need Zani.
Onwards.
So yeah, if you care about damage, just use whoever you have built.
May I pray for anything specific for you? It would be my honor.
Yeah. It is always a bit difficult with those team. Yeah, it's the only outfit I got so far because I don't really care about swimsuits, and the Zani stuff was nice but not really what I was looking for. Yes, I like my Jinji. I also adjusted her a bit the last days. I mean, I didn't count that because it's free. I said this is the only skin I got. In the sense of paying money.
Understood.
Obviously,
I am here to serve.
There she is.
I should try to smile more.
I have this one. Which, to be fair, I forgot about at the moment, but yeah, that's the only other skin that's really nice. I hope they do more stuff like that. I don't know. Wedding dresses are in the same category as swimsuits for me.
I shall have where my
Your call.
May I pray
I want
for anything
something
specific for
different.
you? It would be my honor.
Yeah, I also was gonna do that, but then they released the swimsuit skins I didn't care about, and funds for getting Lupa's weapon were getting rough, so I used it, felt bad about it, and then saved up the 20 paid pulls I used in Astrides again. So from now on, everything I get with the last 20 pulls in my asteroid funds is gonna be basically paid to get, which I'm trying to avoid. But yeah, in terms of cracked Jinchi, we also have this. It's different from the resonators. I just didn't think those are what I wanted. Yeah. The thing is, it's not just third sequence. It's also rank 3, because I got 2 weapons when I pulled the weapon, and for some reason I pulled for another weapon. So yeah, my Jinchi does a lot of damage. The thing is, with her next sequence, where she gets all attribute damage bonus for everyone, I tried raising her energy regen to consistently get her Resonance Liberation out, but she needs so much to fill up the Liberation fully. It's pretty hard. I mean, I went to 136 something energy regen, I think, and it still didn't refill in one rotation, so I would need 145 or something like that, and that's just not really realistic when keeping the other stats high. But yeah, didn't really intend to
Onwards.
go into character building. Any other topics that you would be interested in talking about? I'm also gonna think about stuff, but if not, I have been streaming for 3 hours at this point. Not sure how much longer I wanna go, considering I also need to eat at some point. Energy region has like 4 billion. Yeah. I mean, my AMF is pretty decent right
May I
now.
pray for anything specific for you?
Look, a laser sword. Pretty cool, right?
Ah, yeah. Headache is hard to think about stuff, yeah. But yeah, that's my IMF right now. Bit low on crit rate considering I'm running Flaming Clawprint and don't get any crit rate buff, but once I get the Fusion Burst support character, she is gonna go to 340 crit damage %, which is bonkers. And 118 energy region is absolutely enough to get that consistently. Also, give me a second. Is there something else I want to talk about? I guess what we could do. I mean, yeah, if you play her with Spectral Rover and Shorekeeper, I guess that would be a quick rotation, but also not really her intended team. Honestly, the Lupa brand team works pretty well. Not only is the rotation long enough that you get her liberation back once you switch to her, Lupa's enhanced intro is pretty much perfectly timed for a well done rotation with IMF. If you take a bit longer, you miss it, but if you do it properly, you get the full Lupa rotation. Yeah. Do we have anything worth fighting right now? Oh Jesus, what is the YouTube stream? Is it just my overlay that's bugging out, or is it actually showing the picture I showed before? Because I don't... no. Okay, my stream preview was just behind for whatever reason. Oh well. Oh, interesting. Is it back? No, you mean no picture, okay. Yeah, no, it was just my overlay that was behind for some reason. Okay, seems fine. Yeah. What I wanted to talk about, if we go back to the other screen, and open up the side quest I did a post about, because this shit was crazy. I mean, already starting with, hey, you don't look like one of those virtual beings. Explanation NPCs. You are a player. Explanation human. Is already a crazy first line for a side quest. which then continues. Yeah, I'm taking a screenshot here. We need to get the hell out of this awful place. So very much the trapped in a simulation, we have to escape thing. If the agent finds out she wiped our data too. The thing is, with the whole you're a player, not an NPC thing, after the whole Rover story with the black cat that I'm told, and the black cat being in a small box, that very much reminded me of someone put in a simulation. That's the other interpretation you could go for, that the civilization that sent Rover on the mission are the people outside of the simulation, if we assume that being canon. So in that case, Rover would be a human connected to a simulation surrounded by virtual beings, which would be basically everyone else. Which would then, what he's referring to, you're a player and not an NPC. Forget how I got trapped inside this rusty hunk of a junk. Alright, it seems like you have no idea what's going on here. I'll give you a rundown. It may sound crazy, but the Solaris, as you know it, is actually just a game world I created. You're hearing it right. IKF, hang on a second. IKF, swear on my name. Which is gonna be the next interesting thing, finding out what KF is supposed to stand for. Can't tell you my full name. If I did, the agent would track me down. Anyway, I'm the creator of this game. Agent in this case very much connected to Tethys system, keeping watch and stuff. Assistants create, help manage this world and the virtual beings inside of it. Yeah, more or less how I described the Tethys system. Plan was for the virtual beings, that is the humans, to be able to build the in-game world themselves, so I also performing some maintenance task. I don't think Solon is gonna do that. Yeah, so alluding to self-management of the simulation from inside the simulation, which is very much what the Black Shores look to be like, or seem to be, with the terminals in there. To build the in-game world themselves while also performing some maintenance tasks, yeah. Once again, also ties in with what they told us about the Tethys system, that they can use it on a user level, but they can't really do much maintenance on the Tethys system itself, because they neither know where the actual hardware is, so they only have software access over terminals, and they don't really understand what kind of code it runs on. So once again, fits beautifully with this one. This is a nice line. That way my employees would be free of those tedious tasks and would have more time to focus on new ideas and inventions. I mean, fair. If you want to run a simulation and don't want to bother with this firewall NPC. I mean, Sanra seeing frequencies. Basically, from what I've gathered so far, if you want to connect frequencies to a part of the simulation, then frequencies would probably be source code. So Sanra in this case would be able to, instead of seeing the objects as intended, she is seeing the code those objects are generated from. That would be my interpretation in that case. So, and again, she's a resonator, So it is probably not intentional that Sanwa has the ability to do so. Yeah, identifier or reader or interpreter. But yeah, I don't think that's intended, same as with every other resonator. That's more of a simulation going right thing. So what else is this guy talking about? Instead, the agent went reviewing what it said. Instead, the agent went berserk and locked me inside this module without giving me admin access, and she even deleted some players' data. Glitch in the system. The whole simulation is glitching the hell out. The self-maintenance isn't really going that well. But yeah, agent went berserk and locked me inside this module. Very much parallels the Solaris Film Festival story with the... yeah, possibly. The film festival story also mentions that Tethys deleted Rover's memories itself. So, very similar. I have another theory to lock me inside this module without giving me admin access. So basically, people it doesn't like being caught in robots. I have the theory that's how the crew robots in the Black Shores are created. That they are basically people the Tethys system didn't like and then compacted into a form that could be more controlled and actually useful for it. Possible, maybe, maybe not. There are things she knows that she isn't allowed to talk to us about. Who knows who made her promise not to talk about it. But there is a possibility, yeah. Okay, let's see how this continues. Most players have now lost self-awareness and you're the only one I've found who still has player control. Although you don't seem to remember what happened. Yeah, callback that everyone else is basically part of the simulation and only Rover has the ability to do something out of the scope of the Tethys system in this case, which ties back in with the unknown variable part that Rover is the one who can influence how the world, how fate turns out, independently from any, what's the word? Prophecies or blueprints or whatever. That ties in with that part of the theory. Obviously the memory loss. Genau. You have to help me, get me out of here and back to the real world, then I can find a way to get rid of the agent. Ties back into what I said, what's going to be the end game. Did we somehow have to deal with the Tethys system to fix the situation? I guess in this case, this would imply that we have to get back to reality. Snap back to reality. It's implied that Showkeeper did help Rover with that in some way. Yeah, very much possible. How can I help? I've got a plan. There's a glitch, a hole in the system somewhere out in the Royal Frostlands. If you pass through it, a programming bug will lock you out of the game. Considering this is the Royal Frostlands and we have the Strider Gate, there is the possibility the Strider Gate doesn't actually lead to outer space in the sense that we might imagine. I think this might be referring to what we are actually getting to, which then would be are they talking about Rover's Pond where they fall into the endless void? Could also be a case, considering that works in a similar way. But yeah, glitch in the system, hole in the system, which we need to get past through to get to the real world. also fits one again. The Strider Gate is gonna be the way to the next step of the story, even if in the simulation theory or some other gateway. Actually, it's very much possible that it could also refer to a Somnoa gateway, with the Somnoa being the outer layer. So, but it very much sounds similar. It's part of our anti-cheat system core coding, so not even the agent can interfere with our logout processes. A path to connect to stuff outside the Tethys system. Maybe. I am really curious how they are gonna connect the cyberpunk stuff. How much they are gonna attempt to make it lore accurate. But yeah, from the way I have interpreted the simulation theory so far, the Somnoa is outside of the control of the Tethys system. So this once again would point towards a Somnoa-based system. My guess is that it's in digital space, since in Vuva digital space can be. Yeah, that they basically do a simulation about something they found, and that simulation, which is the cyberpunk world. So basically someone running cyberpunk on their computer and that going haywire and somehow afflicting reality in quotation marks. Yeah, possible. We will see. I'm curious, and I'm not gonna say much more about it until we get more information. But yeah, anti-cheat system, so not even the agent can interfere with our logout process. Only objects moving at extreme velocity can trigger this glitch. You need, yeah, and that's just a tie into what they are doing with the side quest, because it's a racing quest. Just ride a motorbike at top speed along them. I keep an eye out for any glitches. Which then leads us into the typical race gameplay. But that's not all of it, because there is more dialogue, if I remember correctly. But yeah, all in all, extremely crazy side quest. Can you hear me, player? It's a dead end, so no system glitch here. Don't worry about it, I'll pull up the core data and code in a row. Just follow the signs. So actual manipulation of what's going on in reality based on by the robot. Which is interesting to keep in mind. I think that's close to the end here. Ah, over there. Let's skip forward. Or I don't fully remember at which parts the dialogues are, so we'll just keep watching, I guess.
Lucky.
Let's see. No sign of the glitch here. Come with me, and that's clock's ticking. The agent could be on us any moment, so moves us to the next location. Okay. This spot, hopefully we have better luck this time. What's wrong? Something on your mind? You seem awfully familiar with the real world you've been mentioning. If the agent tampered with your module, why didn't she just delete your memories? Good question. Oh, that would be so kind of her if she did that. As a matter of fact, she did force me to forget a lot of things about the real world. For a long time I lived like a robot, mindlessly, cleaning my room and repeating various tasks. That's the tie-in with the cool robots I mentioned before. My theory about them being just people the Tethys system didn't like and transformed into cleaners and stuff like that. Sounds very similar. Then I overheard the NPCs at Startorch Academy talking about a game called Second Coming of Solaris. Really funny tie-in. That's always interesting to see, because in the simulation theory, that's a simulation inside the simulation that's a game in a game. So, already interesting. Once again, everything that's connected to that. While I was listening to the chatter, it was as if a switch flipped in my mind, and all of my memories flooded back into my consciousness. Ties back into what they mentioned in the error cell about some simulations becoming breeding grounds for errors, with errors being people and NPCs becoming self-aware. If you have someone talking about stuff that reminds them of stuff they were not supposed to remember, this happens. So once again, could be fitting with that aspect. And then the thing that terrifies me the most surfaced from the depths of my being, the truth about this world. Also sounds similar to the thing at the bottom of the Somnoir, but that could just be a funny coincidence that it sounds similar. But yeah, truth about this world. Perhaps it was a feature I had implemented myself. Maybe I had anticipated the agent would go rogue, so I'd hidden a clue inside the code for the virtual beings, a hint to reawaken my consciousness. If this side quest is actually hinting at the whole simulation theory stuff and actively drawing a connection, then this could be interesting. Because that is an implication that there's a way for us to get our memories back, which is related to NPCs, virtual beings, resonators, whatever. Anyway, none of that will matter once I'm back out in the real world. Let's get started. And the next racing segment. Any opinions or thoughts about the racing stuff? Yeah, the remix songs are really nice. How do you like the bike races and overall the structure with those rings we gotta run, drive through, whatever? Or fly in Renacita's case. No glitch here either. Don't worry, a lot of quests in game are like that. A lot of the quests in games are like that. The first few attempts will always fail and only the last one can succeed. Little bit of a fourth wall break. Feels more like I'm seeing the world that way, in my opinion. Also, not gonna lie, I like flying more than the motorcycle. I mean, that depends how you do it. You can use the motorcycle to see a lot of stuff. To basically simulate flying. I personally think it's more interactive and it feels a bit better. Flying is pretty limited in how much you can do, apart from, well, flying. And the second thing is, flying very much encourages you to ignore exploration. Because you skip a lot of stuff that you would usually run past. Which doesn't really happen that much with the motorbike. The road is very close now, we will leave this place. Doing the challenge. Ah, right. I mean, the flying challenges were pretty much on rails. So yeah, it was more of a sightseeing thing than an actual challenge. So in that aspect, I agree. It's prettier to look at. From a mini game, this feels a bit more satisfying. Because the racing stuff is actually a bit more skill-based, even if it's still pretty easy. Ah, right, I think I haven't done this one before. I have to do that later. Also interesting thing I noticed, those birds flying around are seemingly using the similar code to the songs you can collect in Draguna, and they apparently forgot to remove the sound effect because I tried my best. You can't really interact with them. They are just flying around and making that noise, which is pretty weird, but I would assume in that case it's actually an oversight by Kuro developers. Yeah, I agree. I can sense the agent scanning this region. She's already caught up with us. And I say if she finds us before we can log out. I'll sacrifice myself to ensure you retreat if necessary. Your escape means hope for everyone trapped here. And remember, everything she says is a lie, meant to trap you in her realm. Whatever you do, do not believe her words. Do not believe her words. Do not trust the horse. Poison gift. You see where I'm going with that. I'm a flight area rolls added to normal flight would do a lot. Yeah. I mean, the thing with the aim of flight is it is designed to go straight forward. The normal flight is more free in how you move up and down and stuff, and more controlled. But yeah, barrel rolls or just in general exploration mode based on how AMF handles would be pretty neat, because it feels very nice. But yeah, warning, don't trust what is told to you by the agent. Whatever happens, don't believe her words. I know you have your doubts about what I'm telling you, but for the sake of freedom, for the sake of returning to reality, please fight till the very end. I mean, the first sentence just applies to what I'm doing. I know you probably have your doubts about what I'm telling you, but believe me, there are enough signs like this one. Don't think so. I mean, there is an actual NPC this is referring to. In a broader sense, Lucilla wouldn't make much sense. Let's make the final sprint to the finish line. Nah. Bullying would never. honestly pretty sick music to do this too. I would skip, but I don't exactly remember at which point the next dialogue comes, because it is during this... Ah, there's the finish line, yeah. And... finish line. And we glitch it and just continue on the track. Right, that's it. I can see the glitch from here. It's in the valley below us. So pointing below the Frostlands, right down and charge through. Just telling us, jump into the hole. And excited female voice, stop that. What exactly did she say? You don't know what you're heading into. I think I potentially don't know what happened here. This felt very actual a glitch, but I guess that's intended. What are you doing? The glitch is right down there. Not so fast. Down there you just have to charge in, and it's too late, she's here and we get caught. Don't believe a word she says, only then can we... Freezes mid-sentence, has been charged remotely. Female researcher runs toward you, worried and concern on her face. That's the person that's on the surface level, the agent he is referring to. But yeah, if you want to go by this is an actual thing that's happening in the simulation theory connected to Tethys, this would be the case of Tethys saying, "Oh, this shouldn't be the way it is. No fourth wall breaking here. No talking about the real world. Back to in-universe stuff that doesn't break the immersion," which would then make this person the agent of the agent, which is the Tethys system. Yeah, full reset of its memory. Back to being a robot. Based its design on the Academy's study units, then enhanced its logic matrix to make it my research assistant. So basically just smarter. Someone managed to connect to the database and downloaded a bunch of movies and video games. All it does is slack off all day and watch movies or play games. I have no idea. I barely know anything about Deus Ex, but could also be the case. But very much possible those names are often based on interesting stuff. Real world stuff. This instance serve as an example for future projects and how to balance the intelligence of robots and systems with, well, their personalities. But yeah, obviously they give an explanation as to what is happening here, so you still can believe whatever you want, if it's actual real stuff or if it's just a funny haha, look at this reference, look at the theory some people are thinking about, but it's just nonsense. But either way, this quest was hit me really hard. Probably harder than most people. But yeah, this means if we a beam toward reality, probably also a reference to something. If we ever meet a person with the initials K and F, we should probably really focus on if they are connected to anything at all. Because the fact they are teasing a name, I think there's gonna be more to that. Personally. But yeah, I think that's one of the last things I had planned for today to talk about. So anything else that this reminded you of, or something else that popped into your mind and you want to talk about? Any questions? Maybe any questions to me, myself, and about how I do things or stuff like that. For example, free info, I am not quite a day one player, but close to it. Thoughts on cheeseburgers. The problem with burgers in general is I usually don't like beef patties. So if I eat burgers, it's usually whole meat pieces or just chicken or something like that. And cheese doesn't really pair that well with chicken. So but if I had to choose between a normal hamburger and a cheeseburger, I would probably go for a cheeseburger because in general cheese improves stuff. Yeah, usually I like to do other combinations with chicken. I mean, in this case, it's specifically the cheese you usually have on cheeseburger that doesn't really pair well with the rest of the burger if it's chicken-based. In general, if you just have a piece of chicken breast or something, I have done that I put some cheese over it and put it in the oven and did chicken with cheese. So that is indeed something you can do, but that is usually a different type of cheese than the one I would put on cheeseburger. Yeah, I would probably go for stew. Beef is nice and all, but stew is what I would prefer. What I usually go for when it comes to beef. Editing software, I just researched what most people use, found DaVinci Resolve to be specific, checked what they want for the free version, which is basically a personal file with a lot of information about yourself, so you know you are getting product because they think that much data is worth it. And yeah, so far I can't complain. So yeah, I'm using DaVinci Resolve. Anything else? Let's just for that part go back to the game. Migraines not that often. I get sometimes a pre-stage of migraine which can develop into a full-on migraine, but that's more of a rare occurrence. Usually it's just a bit more of a God, how do I describe it? A humming in my skull. So my head can vibrate, pulsate, but not full on migraine usually. But I was more prone to migraines in the past. Any other questions? Maybe my home address or stuff like that? Not that I would tell you. I wouldn't be too sure about that. I know enough about securities to do layered walls. Because I realized with the way they introduced the Tethys system that they are setting up stuff they are not using, and that's always fun. I already had that gut feeling with Scar, but that wasn't enough. To be fair, Scar made me start recording stuff with the option of maybe someday doing content, but 1.3 was just with the Tethys system because I am IT based. I'm a computer science major. I knew they were taking it seriously. The way Tethys is described in some documents is very realistic, as I also pointed out in one of my videos, but that showed me just how much in detail they are willing to go and how much they are willing to integrate that in the actual story. And that's why I said, okay, now I have to do stuff. Also, the simulation theory did indeed start with 1.3. So I've always been on the simulation trip. And it just took me a year to fully get to that point. But yeah, and for the reason why I did content at all, I don't really have that many people around me that play Wuthering Waves and are really focused on the lore. Most of them just do it on a casual basis. Like, yeah, it's a nice game with nice characters, feels nice, but nobody who I could really talk in depth about what's going on without just me being the one talking. So I said to myself, just do content, then you will find people. And so far, did better than I expected. But yeah, on that note, once again, the whole goal for the channel is interactivity with other people. Yeah. So if you have any ideas for how you want to be integrated into the content, if you have any suggestions for stuff I should do things about or any other stuff, just write me a comment, write a community post. I'm always open. Technically, you also have my email address in the channel description, so there are ways, and I'm always willing to interact with everyone on a reasonable level, not to get too I don't know, parasocial? I don't know if that's the right word in this context. But I'm also of the opinion that while I do have a lot of seemingly accurate gut feelings and while I have a pretty good overview over the game, I still think the game is too big for me alone to handle. So I actually think I need interactivity with other people to see certain connections. Once something recorded, you can let me know, and I'll record it for you. I said better. Yeah, I mean, I'm also pretty good at recording stuff. Certain game cutscenes from the main story. I don't know, I still have the secondary account, which I haven't progressed since then, so I still can do that. And voices, I can always just go into a gallery, search for the specific dialogue, and then...
Abby, are you getting sleepy again?
Just get that stuff. So, I think most stuff I can manage, but I'll keep it in mind. And yeah, I'm also still learning editing. Don't know if you noticed, but this is my very first time doing any kind of content, so I'm also still figuring stuff out. Which is the fun part. It's always fun to see the learning process of people. Another reason why I love playing Wuthering Waves, because you can really see how the developers still improve stuff, still learn stuff, still work on realizing their ambition. Yes, Resolve can sometimes tweak out at certain points, but so far I haven't encountered anything too bad. Usually it's fixed if I just reboot the program. Any other questions? I will see what I can do. Currently he is still kinda slightly connected to the whole whatever's going on with the big content creators for Wuva right now. From what I could tell, they are somewhat imploding. But I will see. Also don't know if he would be willing, if there is a good way to contact him. Maybe. I will look into that. Also just wanted to Also just wanted to get a bit more experience in live streaming and stuff like that to make it easier to do actual collaborations with other people. Yeah, that's the big problem, the drama, and most of them don't really actually focus that much on the deeper contents of the game. But yeah, for any language questions maybe, but then again, as I said, I also am decently good at reading Japanese, so... would mostly probably be to reach out to the Japanese community. I will say, the fact that the big Wuva CC bubble is currently kinda imploding is a good thing in the sense that if people get sick of the drama all the time, there is a chance that other smaller content creators get a chance to bring other things in focus, especially now that the main quest brought more attention to the lore in the game. So there is a chance that now is a good time for lore content creators and other actual game content related creators to grow. Yep, second generation. Exactly, let's go. But honestly, I'm already pretty satisfied. The stream went way better than I was, than my fears were anticipating. This is pretty much what I wanted to achieve. Thoughts on doing a kind of lore podcast, you and I, but can also invite first CC as well, or maybe a larger video, not necessarily in length, but scope. Podcast was also something I played with. I thought I played with when I planned out what I want to do with the channel. Obviously, still wanted to get a bit more experience actually speaking, which I now have a better feeling about with the whole live streaming, because when I'm in recording I need a lot of takes for a lot of stuff, but I guess that's just reading from a script. Yeah, we should probably look into that. I think I've already some ideas who we could talk with. We could also think about making it open for viewers to join in a type of podcast, but we have to see how we would organize that. Yeah, similar problem with my simulation theory. This did come up a few times, but there is a sentiment that people are tired of games based in a simulation, which I can understand, but it's different from Wuthering Waves because they are doing a different approach, a different way of implementing that. Yeah, exactly. The thoughts I had in that direction were you could probably set up a contact formula where you would write the topic you want to talk about, or one topic you would roughly orient the podcast on, and then a way to reach out to you, and then we could or pick out those people who seem interested in topics we also think could be interesting, and then you could do a community-oriented podcast. Games that do simulation-related stuff. I think what most people mostly think about is The Matrix. Not really as a game, but as a concept, which inspired a lot of other media. I mean, Sword Art Online kind of, though that wasn't really that much of a plot point that it simulated, at least not in that way. But what else? Soma is a bit different. Soma has some interesting concepts, bit less simulation. Soma goes more in the direction that I think is interesting about the way Wuthering Waves is doing it. But yeah, I think it's more so just the stereotypical meme like, oh, it was all a simulation all along, and stuff like that. And the main complaint I see is it removes stakes, which isn't the fault of the concept, it's the fault of how you implement it. Because in the context of Wuthering Waves, everyone except for potentially Rover is a digital being, so the stakes are still real with everything being simulated. Yeah, it was all a dream, and we can fix everything with one plot twist, and suddenly it's gone and didn't matter. Yeah, I think that's the main problem. But yeah, I don't think that's gonna be the case with Wuthering Waves. I think it's gonna be high stakes precisely because it is a simulation, and simulations are a bit more fragile than reality when it comes to glitches and bugs and stuff. Everyone who has lost a lot of progress on a program crashing knows about that. So if they do it right, it is gonna be high stakes. I think a dream simulation makes more sense than a normal typical simulation is in a collective simulation that is created from a collective group of people, not code. And the thing is, as I mentioned, there is a document that describes Tethys that uses actual computer terminology, so that already makes the assumption, makes it easy to go on the assumption that actual IT stuff is involved, especially with other references to IT. So that's why I think it is very likely that it is an actual simulation, considering they talked about bottlenecks and stuff like that. But yeah, it could also be a dream simulation stuff like that. They are building different interpretations in parallel. I mean, I'm also absolutely supporting that they are that psychology is involved. In fact, every single character is based on a specific psychological concept that they represent. With, for example, Encore being very focused on a specific type of coping with trauma. So they are doing multiple times in parallel. The question is, what of that is part of the message that they want to convey, what what part of that is part of the actual in-world storytelling, what part is in-world lore. You get the point. Is it because of that, or is it because Tethys is a machine and they are using the jargon? When for the Somnoa they use more dreamy imagery for it. Kind of like the blogs you said. The thing with the Somnoa, the the Ivory Gatekeeper, the White Cat, also uses computer terms. Specifically at the beginning of 2.0 with the Somnoa stuff there. Yeah, they are unstuck to it, they revolve around it, but their backstory is focused around it, and honestly, in most cases, they do a really good job. Really realistic depiction of that specific concept, in my opinion. But yeah, the White Cat also specifically mentions admins and stuff like that, and in the context of the Somnoa, also Rover talks about zip files. So I still think there is still a IT terminology connection between the Somnoa. And the dream stuff would be more of a metaphor, which ties in with Rover saying what you would call dreams to IMF, because that's how in-universe, inside the simulation, the Somnoa is described. I don't think some rare is the correct thing, because if I'm right, it's more like an underlying layer the Tethys system is built on, or that manages stuff behind the background. In my interpretation, the Somnoa does the background processes, while Tethys and the simulation itself is what we are moving through. And Rover being able to enter the Somnoa is basically Rover being a person from outside the simulation that does back-end maintenance, more or less. Connected to Tethys, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think the Shorekeeper being in the Somnoa is a very limited thing for that point in the Somnoa story specifically, which is the topmost layer of the Somnoa, so closest to the simulation itself, from how I understand it. Which is probably also connected to the Shorekeeper developing emotions and stuff like that, so it's potentially also just that she started developing dreams in that sense, but I can neither confirm nor deny the kind of connection that's there. Also, while we are on that topic, since I didn't come around to doing the response video to your reaction to my video, you did ask the question, or alluded to the fact that the gatekeepers could have lost their memory. That is in fact the case. It is specifically mentioned that they sacrifice part of their knowledge about the Somnoa. They don't know everything that's going on there. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much where I was going with that. Although it could also just refer to that's how it's intended, and you could always find a backdoor. Because if you're going by that, then LF1 should also have a soul. Or I guess it, if we don't take LF1 being it for canon. Because it is also entered the Somnoa and is actively interacting with the Somnoa. So that would imply it also have a soul. Which sounds kind of weird for me right now. So I think the soul thing is more like entering it in the proper way. But we probably need more info on that. What does that make the Trinodians? Considering they emerge from the subconscious of people, which in the simulation version of the interpretation would be basically the main memory, it is a kind of entity that kind of a glitch, an error, whatever, that uses the people who are objects in the simulation to build itself a body to interact with the system. Is a soul interesting? I mean, they are very much intelligent from if we can take Imperator, not Imperator, Leviathan as an example. Leviathan mentioned having a specific plan. So they are seemingly full-on entities. LF1 just being on a, I guess, level of consciousness that is not as close to us as as Leviathan is. Yes, pretty much. Because both Leviathan and LF1 use existing matter to interact with the world. Leviathan uses frequencies and recombines them in the what did they call it? Whatever the lake in the paradise was called. The same way Chimera was created, take existing frequencies, recombine them into new beings which interact with the world instead of you. And then using Cartafia as a vessel, so always interacting with other stuff to interact with the world. And LF1 takes the machines. No, not Dark Tide. Crucible. Yeah, the Crucible. They mentioned something about that. Which uses Leviathan's core function of merging things together to create new beings. Also the same thing that was used to create what was she called? Remnant creatures like this Lorelei, right. Yeah, the LF1 creates the void worms out of the mechanical animals that are running around and uses them to interact with stuff. So there is a theme of Trinodians themselves not fully being able to interact with the world. And Overthrax using soldiers and turning them into Tesla Discord. So all of the Trinodians we met so far have that going for them. None of them physically fully interacted with the world, always through some kind of agent. Could be looking to make an interactable vessel, still connects to the themes of Gnosis and Jungian psychology. That's neat. That's always nice if it matches up with different things. But yeah, also then again ties in with you can't defeat a Trinodian, it's anchored in humanity and you can only shackle it by giving it a vessel and then locking up that vessel. So you basically freeze them in place instead of defeating them. Which is once again interesting because considering the facts that is mentioned Indomitable Human Spirit, yes. We know the Fraxidus are once again thinking about connecting a resonator to LF1 here, which some people once again took as, oh, they want to empower the Trinodian to fully let it loose and stuff like that. But no, that actually means the opposite. They want to shackle LF1 the same way they wanted to shackle Leviathan, which is very interesting. I mean, use it like Leviathan? They didn't really intend to use Leviathan. They wanted to defeat it to then use the remaining power that was to get to be able. So I guess technically they are using Leviathan, but in a defeated in quotation marks state. So they would still have to defeat LF1 first before being able to utilize it. Oh, yeah, Glacial Rover, yeah. Also, there was the connection between the Somnoir and the layers of hell that Sid Neymar did at some point, which I actually thought he was onto something. With the lowest level of the hells being a frozen place encircling, don't know what exactly it was called, but some kind of terrible being, which very much matches up with it being restricted to the lowest level of the Somnoir. So that is also a connection to freezing stuff in place. Yeah, I think that would probably connect different audience with them. I think that is specifically that, though. I think he connected the Frexodus leaders to the sins, not necessarily different audience, but maybe someone else did. Yeah, not using different audience, but using the abilities / powers. Yeah, exactly, because every Frenodian so far seems to be built around a specific concept, which can be translated to computer terms. So Leviathan and Imperator both have some abilities to object management, creating objects, splitting objects into sub-objects, recombining objects into new stuff, or I guess more accurately, memory space management. Jui was, I guess Jui is not a Frenodian, but Jui managed time flow in specific areas, so internal clock. Overfrax we don't know about enough about to say anything specific. LF1 very much seems to be the computer function of permanently deleting objects. Connecting Frenodians to Archons and Rover Civilization to the Pleroma and Aeons, which in new terms would be Plenora being the normal world and Aeons the coders. Possibly, yeah. It did make sense when I listened to the stuff you were saying and other stuff I saw on the topic. So could very much be based on that concept. I mean, with Abby being Abraxas, that lies. That is very that is a very obvious connection. I think I really need to stop soon. It's hard, getting harder and harder to speak fluently. Oh god, yeah. I think my brain is starting to get cooked. To be fair, I started at 1 PM, so technically I'm in a good time frame for being between meals. But yeah, I'm probably gonna end here, more or less, unless you have something immediately relevant to what we discussed. Yeah, Kranis is also not at his best. Water can be nice. I usually like stuff with flavor more, but it can be nice in addition to something else. But yeah, was a lot fun talking to you. A lot more fun than I actually expected. So probably gonna do this soon again. We'll see. Next thing is gonna be a scripted video, of course, which I already started looking into, so I don't know. Maybe in a few weeks, maybe in a month. We'll see how fast I can get things done. I currently have a bit more free time than I used to, so probably maybe after Luke's story, though I'm not sure how much we get. It's gonna be either very important or it's gonna be some tidbits that don't change much. So I'm not sure if there's gonna be a full stream, but we will see. But yeah, I'll keep you updated. It's not like I don't say a lot of stuff in my posts. So I guess you will hear what's gonna be the plan. Until then, thank you for joining. Thank you for sticking all the way through, and Granny's part planned confirmed? Not sure what you mean with that, but anyway, I need to stop, so see you. If you got anything else, there's always the comment section. Bye bye. Oh, I forgot to make an end screen. Was something I wanted to do, but I guess you get the starting soon screen before I end the stream. See ya.